Hello, welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Roman, hello Xing Xing, hello Blend, hello Sue, hello Pablo, hello Hadi. Don't ban Invoker, please.
5 seconds remaining.
Hello Carla. And that means what? UMNK? Do I need to ban you? This guy's rolled a 40. 48, motherfucker!
Your turn to pick.
Did I just wake up? Yeah? Of course, it's like 7 AM over here.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
If you're gonna pick Drought, just pick Drought, man. Hey Hottie, you got any travel plans this summer? That's a very early Huskar pick. Well, Marco, no travel plans.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Almost all your clothes are black? You really like black, huh? Hey man, I asked you a question. Now, do we need to ban you? This guy's trash talking me. Planning on working my butt off for the next 2 years. Maybe we'll travel around Canada or somewhere nearby for a few days. Who knows? Hello, Idan. I'm good. How are you? Can I get 2 tangos and a ward, please? I have no copyright over colored spans, so you can be whatever colored span you want. We have a Vengeful Spirit too? Wow. Do I know what tangos and words? Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Lulu and Xing Sheng.
Trained fully.
Fuck, man. If I knew I wasn't gonna get any items, I wouldn't buy these ones. Hey, Bench, can I have Tango and Ward? Thanks, man.
Thus and so.
Well, I guess I get the one Tango. Better than nothing. Pudge is AFK, it seems.
Seconds to battle.
Thither I go. They seem the bag. Of course.
And team's fucking all AFK and shit, man.
Battle begins.
Oh, Jesus.
So begins a new age of knowledge.
May the drow keep you safe.
Concentration. Such tedium.
Oh, it's Clinks.
Tedious. Who threatens my concentration?
What the fuck? You didn't even attack the correct target.
My mind is my arcanery. An honor to fight me. I will not be interrupted. Away hence. Fight me. This bores me. So it is said. I'll keep it in mind. Ill luck upon you. Mine.
Deny, please. Come on, man. He's just a legend.
The learned one short-sighted of you. Knowledge is power.
These level 1 arrows don't really do a lot.
Behold, am I from Cyclone protected Thistle. With speed. Orbs you dare fight me?
I'm actually so glad I'm not fighting Huskar, to be quite honest with you.
Nigh unto death of the great mystery. Athwart my path.
What? Oh my god, how did I not click on that? Oh, click on that.
One of McCullough's most cunning fabrications. Words of Prostrios. Forthwith. I will not be interrupted. I'm well aware of it. Yes. Unto battle. Hearken Hearken unto me.
Bottle.
That I am committed. Avowedly. As need be. Such tedium. Fight me.
Denied.
Powerless incantation of incineration. I am committed. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
An honor to fight me. Enlightenment stands ready.
Dire structures are
Yeah, I'm gonna take out this guy's tower in one push.
I'm under attack. Fine.
I better deny.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Over yon, 'tis non-cupatory. Ah! Avowedly. Mockery
Oops.
abound. Of course. Why? Thus and so. Witness true sorcery. I will await. Well
He's got haste, eh?
The learned one strikes.
He's hasted, eh? He could use this haste to get kills, but he doesn't.
Who threatens my concentration? The profundities are mine to ransom.
Oh, fuck!
Tis tedious.
Oh, I don't have mana for this shit, dude. Hey, but he doesn't have damage, so, I mean...
Unto battle. Denied. This bores me. Spherical sorcery. So it is said.
What the?
Lost with me.
When? How? What are you fucking doing here anyways, man? You're probably just waiting there the whole time, seeing me low. Like a fucking shark. Yes, yes, indeed. That's basically what happened.
Recall from the wrong side of death. I proceed. Master's mandate of elementals. Knowledge is power. I go. Unto death. Exalt Trionis. From the earth, experience true swiftness. Your spirit. Me? A rich tradition. Mindfully. Away hence, but Wexhort.
Ruins, ruins.
Let's go for him now. He's right there. I think he should be right there.
Waiting courier.
Keep it in mind. Yabber. Wex signal sharp ravagers of honor and will. Attack. Orbs light my path. Athwart my path. My mind is my arcane. So exalt, quaff exalt. An honor to fight me. Hearken unto me.
What the hell's your problem, dude?
Touch, I'm gonna give you this lane.
Concentration.
Taking the stack right now. I'll be there in a minute.
Avowedly.
What?
Well away.
Okay. Okay.
I think we can push.
Got him.
I need to go top immediately.
Oh man. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Only to me. Attack.
I can sunstrike him if you just dismember.
Fine. Over yon.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Enlightenment stands ready. Mindfully.
Oh my god, the most obvious smoke I've ever seen in my life.
I'm well aware of it. True swiftness.
Wind blows.
I know not if fate would have us live and one.
Whither I go.
Love's blind
Knowledge is power. My forge spirit. From deep within. Athwart my path behold. You dare fight me? Visibility? Who threatens my concentration?
Pudge can initiate for sure. Just wait, man. What the fuck, dude? Just fucking wait, dude.
Okay, I'm pushing. Oh no, I'm not pushing. Clink's top.
I will not be interrupted. Ill luck upon you.
Guys.
Unto battle.
Oh,
yeah,
shit!
And ES uses all already.
Oh, I had the 5 stacks of poison on me. Didn't even realize, dude. Wah wah. Thanks, Semiel. Oh boy. Run a Pudge, Stro.
Oh, I'm spotted.
This bores me.
Your top tower is under attack.
What the fuck, man? I didn't kill anybody? That was a waste of time.
Your top tower is under attack.
Do I know who is Pilav? No? Does anyone know who that is? Or should anyone care?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I'm just gonna farm. Oh, this guy's going for Orchid. He wants to kill me.
Source of self-knowledge, a well-known creation. I return. I'll keep it in
Fucking blink, dude.
as I knew. Thus and so. I must experience true swiftness. 'Tis tedious.
Stop distracting me, asshole.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Orbs light my path. Light my path. I proceed.
Wait on Curry. How did Huskar never die to my combo, dude?
Your top tower has fallen.
Avowedly.
He's so strong.
From the arcane.
What the fuck?
Stands against me.
Wait a minute.
The power. God's method will not engage.
Got it. That's a really fucking slow TP. Oh man, I could have cold snapped that. I was like, not gonna bother. But then I realized I should have bothered.
Tis tedious. Elementals. Behold,
Woo!
speed fools die.
Oh man, dude.
Well away. I am committed. Away hence. I slip from sight. Trionis.
Boing.
So it is
Your middle tower is under attack.
as needs be.
What the fuck are you doing?
Exhort.
What are you guys doing, huh? It's kind of farm.
Me. Concentration.
My damage redoubled.
Oh my fucking god. Well, there's not a whole lot you can do about that, you guys. This guy's getting close to his radiance. We need a lot of things.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I'm well aware of it. Insipid. Real incapacitator.
Somebody else?
Still alive? I'd still be shooting.
Will BKB save me from Clink's ult? Clink's ult is physical damage. You know nothing, Jon Snow.
The learned one strikes. An incantation, no concentration. Of course. Well away. Unto battle.
What the?
Such tedium.
God damn it! Oh, Jesus.
I am committed.
Oh god, I got myself killed. They're all here, dude. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, like, Drow's hitting your tower, you're all fucking jerking off bottom? English only, thanks.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I don't have a TP, but we're gonna risk it. Let's do it.
Nah, I'm pretty sure you're just back. They can TP and they can wipe you guys out.
They could come from behind. Yeah, they're.
They're
Yeah,
they're already
that's-
gonna come back. They're coming back regardless.
Once we get out, we can kill them quick. Yeah.
I'll take that.
Orbs light my path. So it is tedious. So it is said. Of your Halloween's most cunning
I can send my Forge Spirit to kill it.
mindfully from the great mystery. I outlive another. Avowedly. As needs be. I proceed. Thus and so.
That's giving us more time to take out this instead.
What, he's
The
alive?
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Just do Roshan.
It's like
Your shrine has fallen to
Witness.
coming.
Fuck, dude.
Spherical sorcery.
How does the Huskar always survive, man? Crowd's coming back up. Swap this guy. Swap. You can catch him. Holy fuck, he's level 18. Just thanks to
He could push.
is under attack.
Scar has good magic resistance? You know, they changed his passive, right?
We gotta watch out for Clinks.
Trial, use your aura, please.
Oh, what the?
Can you guys stop backseat gaming?
Get out! Get out!
The errant cosmos works against me. Ill-gotten gains. Yes. Athwart my path. I from naught. Hearken unto me. Witness Rex exhort. Who threatens my concentration? Hark's incantation of incineration. Bleak dagger with speed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Charming Hex. Spell thy whirling Rex Cyclo Chaos.
That passive or that ability.
Wex Quas.
Push while they're
お前はもう死んでいる。
trying to stroke ES to get Invoker.
Oh man. Seriously? They must have used the scan thing. No Cataclysm talent? What are you talking about, man? You see that shit? Look! Look! Save trial, dude.
Life is all a gift.
Oh shoot, that was stupid. What? That was stupid.
Might as well just 5 hearts and an AC. Yeah, don't you see I was waiting for my blink the whole time, man? Damn, you guys are smart.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oops. Wrong button.
With speed. A rich tradition. I am committed.
Your top tower is under attack.
There you go. I translate for you, Lulu.
Ravagers of armor and will.
What the fuck?
An honor to fight me. Behold. Attack. Words of power. Experience true swiftness.
Dire structures are fortified.
Eclipses the cover.
The enemy's middle barracks is falling.
ES, watch out ES all the time.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
With unerring proficiency. Stunning fabrications.
Fuck, man. You serious?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Away hence.
So was it possible or not possible? Are we just fucking pulling shit out of our asses now?
I proceed. Forge spirit. Yes.
Oh, what the fuck? Why do I keep using mules instead of... Whatever.
Geist of lethargy.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
This game is fucking trash.
Spherical sorcery.
Oh my god, my timing sucks dick.
So it is said.
I don't have mana.
To battle. Some travel. Well away.
I'll take
The
that.
learned one strikes.
You're pointing out super obvious shit though. I know you're trying to be helpful, man, but it's really not. It just makes you sound like you're trying to act really smart.
Deep within. Words of power.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Athwart my path.
No, think about it this way, Lakshman. What if somebody told you, hey Lakshman, killing is good and dying is bad? What if somebody told you that, right? Or, hey Lakshman, when you fight Ricky, you should buy dust. How do you feel when someone says something like that? They'll be like, well, no fucking shit.
You dare
Where's Drow? There he is.
Avowedly.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom
Ooh,
tower
ouch.
has fallen.
Oh fuck! He's Lifestealer's inside.
Is that all you got?
Doesn't matter. It's fine.
Nary a mark upon me.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yeah, you hit that.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Is that a real Lifestealer? Huh.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Now you fucking silence for me, man? What the hell, dude? Whatever. Legend 5. I'm not doing a poll right now. Why do I never vote a MVP after match? Most of the time I just forget, but that's not true. I vote all the time. I will reach Immortal on this account. I have no intention to reach Immortal on this account. I just want to practice Heroes I'm bad at. Where was that guy? What was that guy's name? Lakshman? So how do you feel when people point out obvious stuff? No, this is a serious question. Lakshman, like, hey man, after you take a shit, you should wipe your ass. Cause earlier you were like, you need to use blink and TP. Like, so you're basically telling me to use my items, right? I'm like, well, no fucking shit. What do you think I was waiting for in the trees? You know. I'm not gonna practice Meeple. I just don't like playing that hero. New game. Wonder Kid is Indo Pride? What happened to In Your Dream? Okay, I will highlight the specific word you missed. How do you feel when people point out obvious stuff, man? Like I said earlier, man. Hold on a sec.
Your turn.
I think I'd like to play Ember Spirit this game. Hey, You should wipe your ass
5
after you shit.
seconds remaining.
Dying is good in Dota 2. I mean, sorry, dying is bad. Killing is good. You see, it's just like,
Your turn to pick.
I should wipe my ass after I shit. In your dream is Wonder Kid? Oh, I don't know if that sucked, guys. I don't particularly care, to be honest. Hold on, Milan. Hold on, Yan. An album cover!
Your turn to pick.
Oh yeah, I forgot to delete one of the sound effects.
Your turn to pick.
Alright, hello is no longer a sound effect. Vinny, you hear that? Hello is no longer a
10
sound
seconds
effect.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Good. You've out of anyone, you used it the most, Vinny. Hold on, you hate. How many games you've played in one day, sir? You mean on average? I play anywhere between like 6 to 12 games. This might be a Yule's Blade Mail Mjolnir Ember Spirit game.
Your turn to pick. Your turn.
Wait a minute, are we getting LC? Jungle LC? An album cover!
Wow.
Have I ever played with RTZ? Yes. Okay, man, one day someone will tell you to wipe your ass after you shit. And you can enjoy that one. Yeah, Kira, I just pretty much play Dota 2 because that's what most people expect. Can I get 2 tangles and a ward, please? Two tangles and a ward.
No path but through.
Thank you.
All action is
Prepare for
reaction.
battle.
Slark safely in mid drow.
This was
Okay.
in the bag the day Axe was
Mid
born.
drow. Mid
Just
drow.
lie here. Looking good. The stalwart flame flickers.
Battle pass on a Smurf.
Be cautious. What must be discovered?
I hear the music. Yep.
Flame lights
30
the way.
seconds to battle.
The road is endless.
Yeah, Smurf, just like it says in the title, man. Hi, Steve.
All paths find serenity. Walk
The battle begins.
Easiest fucking rune of my life.
Rise again.
She's angry, man.
It must be done.
Thank you, Booty Slav. Good debate.
Destiny awaits us all.
What the fuck?
On and on again.
They're really dueling this, or she just babysits.
The forest. You have no chance.
You want to come back and do this again?
A journey without end. Your end snatched from your grasp. Balance.
I'm getting like every deny. Oh man, not that one.
Fire shall teach you.
Should I go Flame Guard build, Chris?
Harmony must be earned.
Haven't gone Flame Guard build in a while. He might be good against Rao. Or will it? Nah. I like the Sleight of Fist build. It's fun.
Your place is here. The way is clear.
I will do the right thing. Oh shit.
Harmony must be earned. You face the flame. A flash of inspiration.
This trial sucks at last hitting.
You will
See?
be honored. None escape my fire. All action is reaction. No.
Good coated pussy.
A trial by fire. First blood.
Oh, they really do.
First blood. The Wind Ranger gets there first.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Oh my god, I fucking wasted. I missed my chains? Looked like it was inside. But it wasn't.
All paths find serenity.
Don't you dare.
Destiny awaits us all.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
On and on again.
So actually we have jungle LC, Chris.
The road is endless.
Oh Jesus, this bitch is back.
Cautious.
With a fucking double damage. Okay.
Prepare for a lesson. Ah, did you want that? A test of training.
Okay, I don't know, man. I just don't understand what she's doing.
Smoke weed every day.
Oh, that makes sense now.
Captured in the flame. What must be discovered?
Oh, this bitch might Oh my god, you fucking little cunt.
Blank.
I don't want to play this game.
Walk a warrior's way.
Ah, you know what?
Lie here.
Here, let's go back and grab the 5-minute runes.
The stalwart flame flickers.
She better not be here.
Fear not the forest.
I really hope she's not here. Yes, nice.
What path never refuse gold given? Balance in all things.
Ah, fucking cunt.
A journey without end.
Thank Jesus the procs actually.
Be wary. Be cautious. Bonded, you and I. The road is endless.
Okay, man.
Must be done.
Let's do it.
What must be discovered? Flame
Yeah, vision
lights the
there?
way.
That's pretty far to see.
Destiny awaits
Ah, big
us.
wave of experience.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The way is clear. I shall spin wisely. No path but through.
Ooh.
Warm to the touch.
Hello, Tundra. Oh.
A tool to teach. Shamed in searing heat. I shall teach you.
Supports are missing.
Woo! That was fucking cool. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? I knew she was standing there right there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know, that was pretty damn cool.
All paths find serenity.
So amazing.
A trial by fire. Be still, little knife.
Oh, she's back.
Must be earned.
You'll have to do better than that.
You have been denied.
Thought she would just go jungle. That's what I would do.
What dangers lie here? All action
Sucker.
is reaction. On and on again.
Well, I don't have TP, huh? Let's wait for TP money. There we go. Wait a minute, I need a...
Your middle tower is under attack.
Whoa, motherfucker.
Walk
Your middle tower is under attack.
No!
what must be discovered. You waste your essence. The road is endless. Prepare for a lesson. All action is reaction. It must be done. Destiny.
Good dunk, pussy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It is not yet time.
Damn it.
Fear not the forest. You face the flame.
Radiant structures are fortified.
On and on again. Have you a light? Your end has come.
Who the fuck is Drow, anyways?
Balance in all things.
Oh, there she is.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
All paths find serenity. Rune imprisoned.
Surprise, motherfucker, you're dead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That was toasty. What dangers lie warm to the touch?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The stalwart flame flickers. The way is clear. Behold, my searing flames. No path but through.
Shakiro TP mid.
Walk a warrior's way. Chained in searing heat.
Oh shit.
Never refuse good given. Harmony must be earned.
Oh, did he ward my shit? Ah, shit.
Come and learn humility.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Flame lights the way.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fire shall teach. Be wary. Behold my searing chains. A journey without end. What dangers lie here? No path but through.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ash upon the wind. A journey without end.
Ooh, regen.
Bruise that scorching fire. All action is reaction. Be ensnared in fire.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The stalwart flame flickers. My image
Your middle tower has fallen.
is here. All paths find serenity.
You're fucking dead. And I still have my regen.
From ignorance springs walk a warrior's way.
You seriously gonna chase me?
Be wary. Be cautious. Entered in the
Ah, shit. I should have waited to use chains, I suppose.
destiny awaits us all.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fear not the forest. Flame lights the way. I shall teach you.
We still have jungle LC, huh?
Harmony must be earned.
Oh, I got dewarded again.
What plans I have,
Very persistent, Drow.
lost within the maelstrom.
No.
Oh my fucking god, Pango, you shit. You know what? I'm done trying to deward this stuff. This is just so damn annoying. I need team help to even try to take that area. Has to be coordinated team effort. One man cannot take that triangle by himself.
I had such plans.
This guy doesn't tread swap.
What must become and be burned? The road is endless. The way is clear.
So I'm thinking to get blade mail, but I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you.
You and I. It must be done.
Shadow Blade outside.
Woo! So cool! Fuck, that was fun. Oh
お前
man,
はもう死んでいる。
that's basically what she was.
Your
Yes,
top tower is under attack.
Yule's is better. You think?
Road is endless.
I don't have an opinion on that. I think it just changes how you play. Oh my god, Rune's not even here. God damn it.
Destiny awaits us all. Be wary. Be cautious.
I think I beats travel though.
I sizzle with knowledge. Your end has come.
You fucking shit. Quite the annoying. Ah, God!
Serenity. On and on again.
Going farm heavy build.
Burn forth, my friend. I shall teach you. Behold my searing gaze. What must be discovered?
Nice, nice.
Fear not the forest.
No, no, no. Thanks, man.
The way is clear. Walk a warrior's way. Approach. New path. Carry forth.
I don't have that much mana.
Boom, baby! Woo!
But it's okay, we're dead.
Don't worry about it.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yo, Gaben.
Balance in all things. A journey without end.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm aware.
Harmony must
Spin, spin, spin. Oh, perfect. Good queen. Give him that trip.
What dangers lie here?
Yeah, now it wants to be clutch 20 minutes in. Would have been nice if I got it early game. I would have fucking raped Bob.
Balance in all things. I'll take that as tribute. The storm
You fucking little bitch.
flickers. Ignite the flame guard.
Oh wow, dude. Oh my god. Fucking 4 of you. I can probably
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Serenity.
What the fuck? How I miss?
Ensnared in
What the fuck?
no path.
Jesus Christ.
Transporting venom.
Didn't want to use Remnant, man. Pangolier died to fucking neutral creep?
Invisibility.
Jesus Christ.
Is clear.
Your top tower is under attack.
Walk a warrior's way.
Oh, he knows something's up. Fuck.
He probably saw the A and got scared.
Road is endless.
We'll wait. Any moment now.
Yep.
Destiny awaits us all.
Oh, here.
Drink deep flame.
Give me your fucking MMR, bitch.
Harmony must be earned.
Yes.
Feel
Ninja.
Enemy's top
Oh, that's not. I'm.
Oh man. Well, at least I'm fucking drow shit up. Yeah, you know what, guys? I find I do really well with Ember in the early game, but then my mid game kind of sucks dick.
attack.
But that's the problem I've always had with Ember Spirit.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
The Sleight of Fist. Hey, does anybody know if Sleight of Fist gets bonus from Quelling Blade? Go to Ember Spirit.
It's okay. I'm okay being bit. I need courier really badly. I want to get that blink on me so I can do.
I think he does get bonus from Quelling me.
this flame is forever.
How did? Okay.
Wow, they're all there. Go, Juggy,
I was
go!
fucking time.
Oh shit! Yeah, I need this Yule so bad, dude.
You weren't so damn dead, I'd shoot you again.
She doesn't have 9-second silence.
Radiant structures are fortified. is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you can feel all you like. Hello, Johnny.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Man, I've spent the last like 3 minutes being dead with like about 10 seconds of being alive. Wah wah. I have maybe like 60 or 70 games of Ember Spirit. Not very many. Yo man, I am just looking to farm safely for the next wow. Yeah, I just keep like dying and taking fights I shouldn't. Sounds like you get D3 experience while being power leveled.
I'm going top.
How do you consider not dying?
You will be feared. What must be discovered? Come and learn humility. A higher state of
Of course I get silence.
carry forth the flame. Flame lights the way. Balance in all things.
There we go. Finally, I have some kind of defensive capability.
None escape my fire.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Be on your
Your
way.
top tower has fallen.
A journey without end.
No!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I think we should go as far. Do some.
Alright, Boots Child, so I can join you guys anytime.
I'm gonna target the fucking drow, but
Walk.
I don't want to engage for because of the stupid fucking silence.
It must be done. All paths lie
Mine.
in serenity. Rule imprisoned, freedom foretold. Carry
Come on.
flame
There's a Slark over here.
is reaction.
Fuck Sl-
Yo man, this area is getting really hot.
Middle tower is under attack.
Harmony must be earned. A tool to teach. No path but through. Shaved in steel. What dangers? Fear not the forest.
What the? Oh, of course. Why don't you get chains? Why did you not get chains? Huh? What happened? How come there's no chains? I don't understand. Oh shit. Drow has Manta. Drow don't care.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
English
has
only,
fallen.
thanks.
Your middle
Yeah, no, my mid game Ember sucks dick.
barracks are under
Yo, Elsie?
fucking team. This
But to be
guy-
fair, it's just LC. I don't know.
I know, but he could have dueled anyone there. Not a single person was duel. Free kill for him. He has blade mail, he has damage. Now you go in with no one's.
Protects me. Hurry to the fray. Strong and knowledge comes skill. Burn away your ignorance. What must be discovered?
Yeah, I think if you just tell LC like 3 seconds ahead of time, probably been more successful.
You will be seared.
He just needs to stop hitting creep.
My fire burns anew.
Oh, door pack damage. Nice.
We already have jugs at. Just fucking split push and farm the jungle.
Is under attack.
Nobody's doing anything. We're letting them just farm and push.
The storm
There's no punishment for this group.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
destiny awaits us all.
Zero punishment. Let a Wind Ranger support take a 2-3.
Chance.
I mean, you're the one fucking standing there watching, right? Jesus.
Your top shrine is under attack.
A tempest. I shall spin wisely. The way is
Your
clear.
top shrine is under attack.
This will do nicely.
What must be discovered? A journey without end. Who's that sporting
Thank you.
fellow? Fear not the
How
forest.
can I win this game, Grace?
Balance.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I need more damage. Probably not damage.
Come and learn humility.
Some more survivability.
Destiny awaits us all.
On my way, don't know if we're gonna change that.
From pyre to power. Your end has come.
Are they actually doing it?
Yep.
Okay.
They're gonna take that quick with the drip. I'm not gonna be able to make it. Never mind, they back up. Wow, it's really.
The stalwart flame flickers. Forth, my friend.
Oh my god, please kill it.
Travis dead.
Oh, that's an illusion.
Lights the way.
They're dead.
Let death become peace. What dangers lie
What the fuck, man?
steps forward. On and on.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that bash. Wah wah.
Alright, they're finishing it.
And how would BKB let me
Monsters
survive
are
that?
On their solo. We got Wind Ranger, Pango, and actually Pango is nowhere to be found.
Hey Risky, I know that you think you're smart, and you know
Never mind.
I know you think that you have the solution to my problems, right? But when the Slark bashed me with his Skull Basher and the Pangolier also bashed me with his Basher, how would BKB survive me there? God, my grammar's so fucking shit. Holy shit, man.
Your top tower is under
guy's alive? How's he alive? I'm dead.
Disarm, you guys.
Hey, Juggernaut, you have buyback.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
I am playing Ember Spirit like PA? What does that mean?
Your top
How am I playing Ember Spirit like PA? What? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
I got a Wraith Band, that's a PA item. Magic Wand, probably also PA item.
Your middle tower
Yeah, you know what?
is under attack.
My hero is agility, and PA is also agility. So Ember Spirit is actually PA.
Your middle tower.
Let the man, please. Just let them.
Yeah, I agree with letting them in.
Your ancient
Yeah, you should let them in.
Your ancient is under attack.
Okay, let me translate what you said. Hey, Risky. Did I misunderstand what you just said? Who should be MVP? Blue Span should be MVP. Yeah, my mid lane, my mid game Ember Spear sucks dick. Actually, you know, I wasn't even doing well early game. I killed Drow like 3 times, you know, but somehow she just has more farm than me. Jesus Christ. Fucking Drow Ranger players. Drow Ranger players are fucking assholes.
Your turn to ban.
That's the joke, Samael. You guys.
5 seconds remaining.
I know, I play Drow Ranger every day. That's the joke, guys.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, you guys got trolled so hard. I want to play Ember Spirit again. Alright, let's do offlane Ember Spirit. You know what this means, right? This means this is going to be a really hard Ember Spirit game. And I don't even care. Oh, this is the axe from last game. He's a little bit whiny at the end. He made some decent plays though. Offlane Ember needs offlane Ember items? That a pog?
Your turn to pick.
Does anybody understand what he's talking about? Oh my god, the sound effect is great. Well, yeah, who said that I am playing Ember Spirit like PA? Because we asked him what he means by that, and I don't think he ever replied, right? Hold on, let's scroll back in time. Right. Oh, I remember this guy. Oh, you guys can't see the chat. He said some questionable shit before. Right, it was this guy. Hey Abdul, can you explain to us what you mean by I'm playing Ember Spirit like PA? Well, I think you know what he means though, guys. Wait a minute. Okay, actually, I think I got it. Now listen, okay? I think I actually know what he means. PA does damage. Would you guys agree with that, right? PA does damage and kills her enemies. Ember Spirit also does damage and kills his enemies.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Man, this void is gonna fuck me. So Sven also does damage. So Sven, PA, and Ember are all the same. Yes. All right. Let me teach you guys what heroes in this Dota 2 game does damage. Okay, you guys ready? All right. I'm about to teach you guys. The heroes of Dota 2 that do damage. Alright? You guys ready? Okay. Abaddon does damage. Alchemist does damage. Axe does damage. Beastmaster does damage. Brewmaster does damage. Bristleback does damage. Centaur Warrunner does damage. Chaos Knight does damage. Clockwork does damage. Doom does damage. DK does damage. Rare Spirit does damage. Earthshaker does damage. Elder Titan does damage. Huskar does damage. Isle does damage. Kunkka does damage. LC does damage. Lifestealer does damage. Lycan does damage. Magnus does damage. Mars does damage. Nightstalker does damage. Alright, let's play some Dota 2.
Why, thank you.
Prepare for
Harmony
battle.
must be earned. It falls to me to inform you that this
I made a mistake.
is in the
Oh, sorry, Mr. Namdota. What was the mistake? LC doesn't do damage? Oh,
The road
I see.
endless.
I'm not an LC player or anything, nor am I a Drow Ranger player. So, I don't have enough evidence to prove you wrong, sir.
All paths find serenity.
Now, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
Be wary. Be
But dual
cautious.
damage and just regular damage are not mutually exclusive. Alright, how do I what do I do this game, guys? So Void, we're gonna play chicken and yeah, we're gonna play cat and mouse with Faces Void. Gonna fight and make space for Invoker and Juggernaut.
It must be done. A trial by
The
fire.
battle begins.
What the fuck?
They will learn balance. All action is reaction.
Hey Parth, you do damage to your PC sometimes? Do you have anger problems?
What must be discovered? Walk a warrior's way. None escape my fire. The stalwart flame flickers. You face the flame. You're captured in the flame.
Sucker.
It must be done. You will be seared. Destiny awaits us all. First blood.
Yo, man, fucking click these guys. Jesus.
Fear not the forest.
The song of death.
I shall teach you. You have no chance. Harmony must be earned. A trial by fire. No.
Absolutely perfect.
You feed the flame. Balance in all things. None escape my fire. Be wary. Be cautious.
Good thing these guys don't know how to pull.
A test of training. Flame lights the way. No path but through.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, bro.
that's okay, man.
Journey without end.
Hey, you're being charged mid,
Base
Invoker.
charging. Yeah, mid.
Huh.
Your end has come.
Never mind, it's someone bottom.
Bottom. Stop.
The road is endless.
Yeah, I just
Hey, wait for him to time walk, okay? He's gonna time walk.
Yep.
Is reaction.
you're getting charged by again.
The way is clear. Be still, little knife. Prepare for a lesson. All paths find.
Undying TPing top. Finally, my wand
Again.
gets used. I can buy bottom.
Fire shall teach you. A journey without
I actually don't
end.
want to trade with these guys.
Walk a warrior's way. Behold my searing chains. All action is
Absolutely
reaction.
perfect.
Oh no, he has
Yeah,
double
I'm sure I'm
damage.
getting charged.
Flickers. The way is clear.
Oh my god, dude, how did you get
Okay,
a triple
okay.
bash?
Hey, keep going.
Your place.
Well played, good rotate.
Thanks, man.
It must
Hey, you want to solve what?
That
Here,
was a
I got a
low
solve for you.
Yep.
Oh, this motherfucker.
He
be
got ours.
wary.
Wah wah. Thank you.
Harmony must be earned.
Ember Spirit 3, motherfucker. Oh man.
The road is endless. Balance in all things. You face the flame.
Yo, Lagger. How you doing, buddy?
No path but through. On and on again. What must be discovered?
Charge up that wand, baby.
What dangers lie here?
You don't have to.
All paths find serenity. Come and learn humility. Be ensnared in fire.
Care.
Your top tower is under attack.
Flame lights
Oh shit, man.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh shit. This guy didn't buy a wand. Yo, this guy has a Quelling Blade but not a wand? You fucking kidding me?
kissed by the flames.
What a stupid fucking item build. Oh my god, I missed!
Fear not the forest. Destiny
Your
awaits
top
us all.
tower is under attack.
One hit on that.
Oh!
Nice.
Your top tower is under attack.
Be cautious.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Fear not. Chained in searing heat.
What the fuck, Bash? Damn it.
Still the same spark. It must be done.
Where do I go next? I'm gonna go bottom and kill this guy.
Your
Unless-
bottom tower is under attack.
Nice.
Gotta get that one Omni Slash hit in.
'Tis not yet time. You have no chance.
Oh, this guy's got the Chronosphere.
Dangers lie here.
What the fuck is going on? Trying to get yourself killed?
Charge top, boys.
Flame lights the way. Chained in searing heat. All action is reaction. Your end has come. Be ensnared in fire. What must be that you have been schooled?
Nah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
1 sec on Kuro.
I'm being dove. Tiny wants me.
I can't do anything about that.
Test of training.
Damn, he is pissed.
I don't have enough.
Without end.
Your middle tower is
It's
under
a
attack.
when I'm up, I think I can kill Spear Breaker.
No path, but through.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Refuse gold given.
Alright, I'm almost level 6. And it'll be fun time.
I didn't have to stun up.
Balance in all things. Warm to the touch. The stalwart flame flickers. The road is endless.
I fucked up.
And learn humility.
Fuck off, Void. Fuck off. Just fuck off.
Behold my searing chains. Walk a warrior's way.
Oh, but.
I am not ready.
Ugh. Let's go Shrine.
Destiny awaits us all.
Shrining top.
On and on again.
This Undying has got mana boots. You can just keep spamming that shit.
You
Your
face the
bottom
flame.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I need courier now.
The way is clear.
Last.
I think Void has Chrono again, so we're not gonna fuck with him.
The road is endless. Walk a warrior's way. Denied. Hurry to the fray. What plans?
Look up.
Double damage empowers me. You may die. Destiny awaits us all.
Oh, that's
Is he? No path but through. Flame lights the way.
Your top tower is under attack.
Bottom's being charged.
Be cautious.
Oh man, this guy's got Chrono. If I go in, I'm just gonna die.
oh fuck. Tiny has his blink, but he fucked up his comp.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It must be done. Prepare for a lesson.
That's embarrassing, man.
Tis not. Behold my Syrian king.
Lion, help me! You got a stun, dude! Fucking do this shit earlier.
As the master.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Your top tower is under attack.
Hey, is my chat broken or has no one said anything in chat for like 2 minutes?
Cooking.
All must be taught.
Yeah, I'm coming top. Maybe we can
Your
build
top tower is under attack.
Must be earned.
Sunstrike ready.
You waste your essence. All paths mine. Serenity.
Oh, that was way too off. That's not fair.
Yo, keep chasing, keep chasing.
In all things.
Nice.
What dangers lie here?
Hi, Initial.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Hi, Sharma.
On and on again.
Fuck that.
What must be discovered?
No.
A journey without end. What path? All action. Never refuse gold given.
Yeah, I'm concentrated on gameplay too.
All action. Rune imprisoned. Freedom foretold. Be wary. Be cautious. Be ensnared in fire. A journey.
Oh shit.
Carry forth the flame. The road is enchained in
Come on, chrono me, bro.
I need more time.
Oh shit.
I don't have vision, Doug.
I am not.
Nice.
Get fucked.
The enemy
He got outplayed so hard.
It must be done. A trial by fire.
What an embarrassing chronosphere.
God.
Careful, Doug.
dangers lie here.
Absolutely perfect.
Your bottom tower has been denied.
Fire
Sorry, I tried to stop my attacker.
Can I fucking get these creeps to follow me? Thanks. There we go.
on and on again.
What the fuck, man?
Flame light-hearted, you and I. Walk a warrior's way. Captured in the flame.
Nice. Oh, that is embarrassing, man. That is embarrassing. Spearbreaker could charge me and kill me, huh?
That's fine. Serenity. Have you alive?
Oops.
The way is clear. No path. Burn forth, my friend. Balance in all things. A trial by fire. The stalwart
What does this guy have?
flickers.
Hey, Lion, Void has Chrono again, I think.
I need more time.
Maybe we can make a play top.
Time.
Yes, maybe we can.
Fear not the forest.
Tiny killable.
Yeah,
Death
we're just very tanky from right clicks.
Running top.
Can you just click him, dude? What the fuck? Never mind, he's level 4 manager.
must be earned.
Is that Sand King? He's probably going Vlad's case. Not that Morbid Mass is good on Sand King, it's that Vlad's is good for his team.
It must be done. The road is endless.
Tank the gank, boys.
Dire
None
structures
escape.
Get back, get back.
Got him.
Flop there.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Void has Chrono Kara.
A journey without end.
No, I was gonna jump on that, but that doesn't seem good.
My image.
Hey, there's no TP on any of these cores top, Void. Or Jug. You getting...
Fucking.
What dangers lie here? The
We can
way
kill Undying.
is clear.
Sure, man.
'Tis not your time. On and on again. Earth upon the wind. Walk a warrior's way.
I'll take that as tribute.
Warm to the tomb. Fear not the forest. Lost within the maelstrom.
Okay, you know, I'm coming towards you.
I am not ready.
Worth it.
That was toasted.
Watch out, bro.
Nice. Yeah, I'm here.
I am not ready.
What?
What?
Be wary. Be cautious.
What indeed?
What must be discovered? Balance in all things. All paths find serenity. All action is reaction.
You're gonna Charge hard down.
But through. Captured in the flame.
Nice.
That scorching fellow. Flame lights
The fuck?
way. Destiny awaits us all.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Perfect.
Hey, you just blow him up at this.
A journey without end. Have you a light?
Hey Tundra, I think you made a suggestion earlier for Ember Spirit, right? And you basically said you can use 3 remnants to blow people up in the early game, but not mid game, right?
Your end has come.
The enemy's
That's
top
just too
tower
basic, man. I'm not trying to be a dick.
All paths find serenity. I need more time. Who's that scorching fellow? What dangers lie here? Tis not yet time.
Oops.
Goodbye, I'm dead.
Oh, that was actually a good remnant. Ah, see you later, guys. Oh, damn.
Oh, yeah.
He's got
Two
Shrek.
spot hard. They're all time.
I am not ready,
Your middle tower is under attack.
but through.
Hi, Muhammad.
Tis not yet time.
Where's Mjolnir?
The story.
Yeah, they already used Chrono, so.
Flickers.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay.
The road my image steps forth.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Substantialist Mjolnir. Fear not the forest.
Your middle tower has fallen.
From pyre to power. Burn forth, my friend.
Fancy feeding you.
Tis not yet time. I shall teach you. A test of training. Fire shall teach you. You face the flame. Be wary. Be cautious. I need more time. And
Hey, I have a bottle for that rune if there's one.
discovered.
Go for it, go for it. There's
What? Never refuse good given.
Hi, Sam. Thanks, bud.
He awaits us all. Warm to the touch.
I have 4-second duration searing.
Hurry to the fray.
God damn it, Lion.
Nothing
I'm rotating slow.
lights the way.
The haste.
Behold my
Oh, get this guy. Get this guy too. Nice. Nice.
Away your ignorance. A test of training.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Where's Void?
Dire structures are fortified.
I shall teach you.
Void's missing with Chrono. Oh, there he is.
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
I'll fucking use my channel to advertise. Fucking dick sucking for attention, eh?
Lie here. I am not ready. All action is reaction.
I need another item, Goose.
I am not ready.
Carrot top.
You face the blade.
Don't know where Tiny is. That's the scary part.
Fear not the forest. I need more time. Your end has come. Be well, be swift.
Bet you money he's gonna be sitting there waiting.
Tis not yet time.
What the? What am I doing? I don't fucking have a fountain.
If you go back.
I am not, and away I go. Stalwart flame. Chained in searing heat.
Oh my fucking Yules, dude! God damn! Oh, you're kidding me. Didn't he still have Chrono? He didn't use it, right? You didn't miss too much. Really. Oh shit. TP. Oh, there you're dead.
Carbon footprint. Rekindled and made ready.
Let's just group up as five and go down mid. You can't fight into us as five. They let us get too good.
Flame lights the way.
WITB.
Must be done.
He got split up. That was the main issue.
Hey, you're getting charged off first.
Alright.
Freedom for that scorching fellow. What must be discovered? Be wary.
Probably turn on them when I'm up.
Tis not your time. Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, strike, strike.
Roshan has
Oh my god.
Fire shall teach you.
This fucking line, man.
Alright, you know what? Actually, we should push mid. Push mid or bot and we
Alright,
can't
man.
go top again. Open up
You don't have to be
another
your
lane.
line.
Is endless. I need more time. Walk a warrior's way. Captured in the calm. Hurry to the fray.
Oh man. Sure, I could have used my items and spells in a different order. Or I just have Remnant down ahead of time.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Tiny is one of the ages, don't blow too much on Tiny.
I'm getting fucking focused by everything.
Look, see, Invoker's being whiny again. I have dust, I have dust.
No path, but through be well, be swift.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, my Yules, dude. Oh. I can go to the bathroom real quick. Never get a chance to use my Yules.
Oh, everything's so weird.
Attack.
GG. Shit.
Never will you see my face.
I got catalysm now.
Your top tower.
Jugs, we don't need the creep. Me and you can take this tower. Come.
Tower has fallen.
I can alacrity you and you can just back the way.
Your top tower is under attack.
Actually, I might be able to.
Lion, can you get top?
I don't attack fast.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
We probably have this all avoid. Alright.
They don't. I have a smoke. Maybe we can go pick off the void.
Yeah, if we kill Void, we can try high ground.
Get that jug. We just came bottom. Smoker, Jug, and I, let's smoke up.
Well-gotten gains. Disability.
All
Alright,
paths
there's a cinch
find serenity.
right there.
Be feared. My image steps forward. Prepare for it.
Oh my fucking god.
A new age old by searing flames. Tis not yet clear.
Oh my lord.
A journey. The road is endless.
Well done. Lion, good job right there, man.
Good stun, good positioning. Whatever.
Balance in all things.
I don't have TP, dude. What the? I thought I had TP.
together. Grinds now.
Wow. Magical damage, half magical damage, mostly physical.
You guys feel comfortable going in and fighting when Ember is up? Oh yeah, we need to.
This flame is for
We have that many charges.
flame lights the way. What plans I have,
Is there Roshan up?
all and all again. The honor. Hurry to the fray.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
It is not yet time. Walk a warrior's way. I need more time. The way is
Dire structures are
the
fortified.
forest. The flame protects me. Your end has come. I'm not ready.
Holy moly.
Go to get back.
Harmony must be earned. Come forth, my friend.
What a fucking.
Destiny awaits us all.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Oh, Courier got sniped. They're gonna go do Roche right now.
Flicker,
If they do, I can delay this shit.
I am not ready. It must be done.
Probably are doing.
Serenity. Warm to the top. The ruin of waste. What can never refuse go ruin and prison. No
I'm dead. Let me die. Let me die.
Oh yeah, cancel my TV.
What dangers lie here? Be well, be swift. Be wary, be cautious. What dangers lie here?
Now they're doing. Push bot really hard.
You're gonna need a Lincoln.
No path but through. The way is clear.
Roshan has fallen to the dungeon.
Walk a warrior's way.
Oh, I canceled my slate?
Be wary.
Is that how it works?
You will be seared.
The smoke.
I have achieved enlightenment. Carry forth the flame.
They just
They smoked, you say?
Yep.
Okay.
The majority of them. They're hunting in our jungle right now. I'm probably gonna come like this.
Destiny awaits us all. All paths find serenity. Ignite the flame escape. The stalwart flame flickers.
Is the Yonda still viable? I'm sure it is. I just don't know which item's the best.
Must be done.
I also have some.
I think we wait out. We're Roche time. We should even be aggressive right now. Get buybacks up.
Burn forth, my friend. A journey without end. The road is endless. 'Tis not yet time. Harmony. I am not ready.
Right? Right?
What must be discovered? I need more time.
Nice!
That's all we do.
Report void.
I need more time. All action is reaction. Who's that scorching fellow?
I don't have any vision for him.
Balance in all things. I am not ready. Tis not yet time. That's the way. Be on your way. In all things.
Ooh, so cool.
Mega then.
Hope that voice good.
Oh man, I love this hero.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Come and learn
The
humility.
enemy's bottom tower
But
has fallen.
whatever.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Prepare for the next. Behold, my searing
Enemy's top barracks has fallen. Enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have
What's that spear breaker trying out?
my image steps forth. On and on
the
again.
enemy's top shrine has fallen.
I'll take that as tribute.
It must be done.
What bullshit is that?
Uh-huh.
This
Yep.
motherfucker went a fucking abyssal blade.
Uh-huh.
Same kill.
I need
Yep.
more time.
I mean, he actually used it over here.
You face the flame.
I lost Ember Ristral.
Fear not the forest. Hurry to the fray. None escape my wrath. I am not ready.
GG.
This is dangerous.
Oh, Nick, how you doing?
destiny awaits us all.
This hero's so cool, guys. Love this hero.
Be well, be swift. What must be discovered? Be ensnared in fire. A journey without
Where's
end.
Void?
Approach if you dare. Prepare for a lesson. Your place is here. The road is clear. It's not your time.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Trial by fire.
Radiant victory.
GG, guys.
Victory at long last.
Almost sure damage 55,000. You cannot vote for yourself? Damn it. GG, guys. Oh, I have more farming than Invoker. Damn, no one comes even close to my damage. Leonard Washington has commended you. Who's that? Is that the Lion? No, that's the Knicks. WoW Classic is released? Is it? I thought it wasn't released yet. Either way, I'm not sure that I want to play it. I'm not sure it's better than the modern World of Warcraft. Besides, I'm playing Diablo 3 right now. Nah, I'm playing Diablo 3! Diablo 3! It's okay, MZ. I trust you. And I don't particularly care that much. Because I'm playing Diablo 3 and Dota 2. Oh yeah, Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit. Alright guys, what am I playing next? What's a fun hero? A fun hero! Not like Anti-Mage, or Drow Ranger, or Spectre. PA. Oh, Techies is a fun hero. Oh, that is a great suggestion. Maybe we'll do it. Ricky Maru, Axe, OD. Who spent the world? Play the world? Is that what you're implying? Necro. I would like a high skill cap hero. Like Techies, Ember Spirit, Invoker. Arc Warden, no, Arc Warden's high skill cap, but he's just takes so much concentration. Pudge is fun hero. Pangolier is high skill cap too. Meepo is a stressful hero. Monkey King. Carry Wisp. Oh, actually, Wisp is very high skill cap. But the only thing, excuse me, the only thing is that with Carry Wisp, I have to rely on my team. And it's not a bad thing. It's just it's a scary thing. You know what I mean? Oh, actually, maybe I want to play Tinker. Nah, I'm not a Carry Wisp player. I'd rather play Wisp the proper way. You know, I'm actually liking the sound of Tinker. I suck dick with Tinker. I'm sure Namdota's gonna give me a lot of his nitpicking. Excuse me, but you forgot to animation cancel right there. You could have saved yourself 0.1 second. Give me mid, give me mid. I want Tinker.
To ban.
Oh, it's you again, Invoker. Roll 57.
5 seconds remaining.
He's been in my last 2 games already. Higher than 57, please. 69! Motherfucker, get out of my lane. XD.
Your turn to pick.
Don't fuck with 69.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think I will second phase pick Tinker. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. Definitely not first phase picking Tinker. No, actually, these Legends and Ancients, they're no joke. I should respect them a little bit more. Maybe we'll 10th pick Tinker. Yeah, maybe we'll go for the 10th pick Tinker. What is your VGA blue? Video Graphics Accelerator? Holy fuck, people haven't used that term for like 20 years. Anyways, all my equipment is in the description of stream, Pradetta.
Seconds remaining.
Pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Yes.
Your turn to pick.
Come on, man, don't make the mid pick. Come on, Crystal Man, just fucking play it. Just fucking play it, bro. Just fucking play it. Just pick it.
10 seconds
Pick it.
remaining.
Crystal Man, great with Tinker. Best hero.
5
Pick it.
seconds remaining.
Okay.
Your
Okay.
turn to pick.
Tinker. Let's do this. Last match is PA 16-1. Damn. Good job, Risky.
I think you only want me for my hazard suit.
Some tangos and words. Got some tangos and words, guys.
For battle.
Come on, AA, don't you understand how this game is played?
Choice. I should say so.
Thank you.
My sentiments.
There you go. That's how you do it. Invoker versus Tinker. Okay.
I'm in complete agreement.
Did we just try like?
You can do whatever you like.
I'm thinking.
But if you want to try line, go for it.
No, I mean, I don't care. Let's see who they got top.
That's not how you do it.
The
Oops.
big Graham jug, yeah. Probably.
30 seconds to battle.
Indeed.
We got a really strong Twilight. Let's do that.
Tinkering about.
Absolutely perfect.
If I must.
The battle begins.
Proceed. Conditions could hardly be more ideal.
Chuck's like almost dead already.
Very
What a
well.
sucker.
Then it's settled. Positively. Indeed. Money for parts. Very well. Denied. I carry a charge. I should say so.
Level 2, we can kill Grimstroke.
How does he?
Oh, this
Whatever.
is perilous.
Maybe.
My sentiments exactly.
With it. It'll be easy with Cinder Brew.
Tinkering about. Absolutely. Is this really necessary?
He wants to spin so bad.
Great adventure. Into the fray.
Probably yelling at each other. Like, do it now! Now!
Science in action. Into the fray.
Okay.
Science in action. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Proceed. No argument there. Not yet. Then it's settled. I'm in complete agreement.
Okay, Ogre. That's fine.
I should say so.
Oh, jeez, you have that.
No, I don't care. It's fine.
Good job, man.
That's what I'm talking about. Easy. Deadly con.
Oh, this is perilous.
Oh, he's pissed.
Tinkering about. What I'm thinking?
Fucking sucker.
Proceed. I'm in complete agreement. My sentiments exactly. No argument there. Then it's
Did they change brew? That's different.
Cinder Brew, yeah, it's strong.
absolutely.
It's a good magic damage. If there's no magic resistance, they would be dead every time they enter the lane. Magic immunity, I should say.
Absolutely. A great adventure. Very well.
I would do it to Judge, but he just
Oh,
turned
you
it off.
fucking shit.
Now this guy,
Oh my god, man.
My very own soap march. March.
Annoying. Fucking Boots Pudge.
I'm in complete agreement. My sentiments exactly. This will come in handy. Is this really necessary? No.
no,
You leave me no choice.
good job.
Positively. I'm under attack. If I must. I carry a
Runes,
charge.
runes.
thinking what I'm thinking?
Let's see here. Let's go like this. Go like this. Go like this.
Tear you apart. I should say so. Proceed.
So close.
A research grant.
We pulled these over here.
Then it's settled. Initializing.
You wanna dive him?
2, 1.
He's still there?
D. The massive field flux should self-limit. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Incoming.
I don't have any mana.
It's okay. I was unlucky.
Absolutely.
I thought I could get closer.
Very well. March, march, march. Into the fray. I should say so.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Take the heat. My sentiments exactly.
This is fucking stupid.
I'm in complete agreement. Pause it.
I'm getting this bit.
I don't have any fucking mana.
I carry out.
Who's that?
Then it's settled. Proceed. No argument there. A great adventure. March.
I'm trying.
Initializing in 2, 1. Think, look at them go.
Oh shit, oh, I'm dead.
My sentiments exactly.
Deny.
Settled.
No.
Self-limit. Very well. Go. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. March. March. Positively. Oh, this is perilous. The massless field flux should self-limit. No argument for well. Tear you apart. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Roast. Oh, my little friend.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I should say so.
Honestly, fuck that. Cannot wait till I'm level 6.
Indeed. Incoming. Tinkering about. Absolutely. Consider my curiosity piqued. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I'm in the massless field flux should self-limit. And march, march, march. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Very well.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Positively.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Good job, man.
Fudge.
No argument there. Then it's
I've seen that exact combo a few times. Runes.
I should say so. Tinkering about. Incoming. March, march, march. The massive
Oh shit.
Is level 6.
initializing in 3, 2, 1. Look at them go.
this.
Proceed. Indeed. March. March. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Are you thinking march? March. 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 The massless field flux should self-limit. You leave me no choice. Look at them go. Initializing in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Stun his ass.
Very well.
Just a dumb shit. Who are you talking about, Neela? That sounds really rude.
What a fucking retard.
I think he expected that Grim to pull something out of his ass.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hi, Ryan.
Absolutely. March. 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 No argument there. Proceed. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Indeed.
What a fucking bounce.
My sentiments exactly.
Fuck. We need mana.
Tinkering about. Well, tear you apart.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wait a minute.
Absolutely. March. 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 Initializing in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, Grimstroke!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Alright, why didn't I get next?
Come here.
My sentiments exactly. Well, tear you apart. The massless field flux should self-limit. Go, my little friends. Go! Hands up. Initializing in
What am I drinking? I'm drinking water.
2, 1.
Sunny.
Are you thinking? Look at them go! The massless field flux should self-limit. March. March. Proceed.
No one taking the tome? I'll take it if nobody wants.
Initializing in 3, 2, 1.
Do you have?
Positively. Well, tear you apart.
Go mid.
The massless field flux should self-limit. I'm incoming. March. 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 Then it's settled. I'll... Ha ha ha! It's working! Tinkering about.
I mean, how fucking retarded are they?
Is this really necessary? If I must. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. March. 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 The massless field flux should self-limit. Look at them go!
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Initializing in 3, 2, 1.
Sack those ancients for you.
What the fuck? Oh, this.
Very
I didn't time that properly.
My sentiments exactly. Initializing in
What the fuck?
well, tear you apart. I should say so. Abs. Now this goes here.
Unlucky. Unlucky.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Creating
At
space.
least I gave it a grip. That's all I care about. Poison gaining.
Then it's subtle. That shouldn't be there. Are you thinking? Look at them go! Rearming. No argument there. March! March! I'm under attack! Hands up! Positively. March!
Or stop it.
Yo, I don't have mana, okay?
It's fine. It's fine. I'm back.
Tinkering about.
Sorry guys, at top I cannot be.
I'm in complete agreement.
That's
I can't wait.
Oh shit!
Down.
Very well. Incoming. Well,
He has a ward. They have vision in front of the tower.
Top tower is under attack.
Not sure if it's on that exact ledge though.
no argument there. What was this for again?
What the fuck is he eating? Oh shit.
Proceed.
You gotta be kidding me. All these fucking slow.
That shouldn't be there. Out of mana! Go, my friends! Go! Positively.
That was the word.
Really?
A big-
Really? Really?
Then it's settled. Oh look! March! March!
Holy shit. How the fucking all just waiting there,
So
man?
fucking annoying.
This P is really farmed though. Really farmed, so that's good. What is my next item?
Just reveal.
I mean, I already bought the crown. I could buy a Dagon, but I'm not sure that is the item that I want.
I don't have primal split. Good job.
Is this
The enemy's
Pew
bottom
pew pew
tower
pew pew
has
pew 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 pew.
I should say so. Absolutely.
Illusion.
Yes, ought to look at them. I can't wait. Well, tear you apart. This for again. March, march, rearming. Go, my little friend. Go. March, march. Proceed. Smart money.
I'll get bottom in a sec.
Then it's settled. I'll prudently put this aside.
Oh, well,
Should say so.
Thanks, Sharuk. Glad you liked my tinker.
double damage.
practicing,
doing
man.
good job.
moments exactly.
Oops, didn't drink bottle.
Incoming. Look at them go! No argument there. Well, tear you apart.
To be chosen from
Very well.
Oh shit, he got me. Oh shit.
We can kill.
Go. I'm playing.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Need stick? Magic stick? Are you kidding me? You wanna buy a magic stick? On Tinker?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Need Divine Rapier.
Fuck the tower. I ain't giving him that.
The tower.
Your bottom tower has
Oh
fallen.
my god.
Indeed. March. This go! Absolutely. This goes here. Tinkering about.
Go kill top. I primal split in 25.
Come on, Pudge is invisible. Damn, invisible. Oh, he's a blink dagger too.
Incoming. Positively.
Jesus.
That shouldn't be there. I carry a charge. March.
Oh god, no. Oh god, I don't even know which direction to run.
I do it myself.
You honestly scared the fucking shit out of me, Pierre, for a second there.
Very well. Indeed.
Dire structures are fortified.
Boker's here, so we can fight him though.
I'm in.
I hope to.
Then it's settled. What I'm thinking.
Bitch. Fuck him. Go push. Mid and top.
I'm not ready. Rearming. Positively. And I can't wait. Oh, my little friend. I should have planted it. This will tear you apart.
The enemy's middle tower
No
has
argument
fallen.
there. I can't wait.
Just leave me to die, please. Just go.
My system exactly that. He march.
Oh god, I'm so fucking dead. Ah. I'm debating Aghanims to be honest, but I'm not sure it's the correct buy. This next item is really important. Yeah, maybe Ags is good.
That extended warranty. Tinkering about. They'll tear you apart positively. Rearming. March, march, here. March, march. I'm in.
No, not Eon Disc. No, no, no.
I can't wait.
Oh my god, you fucking shit. Oh, this Pudge. Too smart for me. Actually, how does Eon Disc work? 2.5 seconds? 2.5 seconds. Ghost Scepter? No, not Ghost Scepter. Like, Ghost Scepter is really only useful for Juggernauts, Omni Slash, but I'm not. Juggernaut's actually the least of my problems. This Pudge and Invoker are my biggest problems. Hey, Fanil, I heard you the first time, man.
I don't know why we're pushing top. We should push bot, to be honest. Or we can go Roche. Go Roche. Jugs is dead for a long time.
What word is? Hold on.
Therefore I am. Proceed. Rearming. R&D. I'll
Thanks, Yukio.
Your Shan has fallen to the radiant.
They'll tear you apart. Look at them go. Can't wait. Oh my God. This one. March.
Man, what a waste of time.
No argument. Rearming. March. 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 My sentiments, that shouldn't be there. Indeed. Look at them go! I'll take that. Where did that come from? March. Rearming. Bell, tear you apart.
Are we ready to go aggro?
Are you thinking? I can't wait.
Since my farm is here.
Very well. Absolutely.
That was a waste.
Now they can't have two Dooms. Rip.
I'm ready to go on my old.
No argument there. I'm not ready to go.
Still got ages, let's go.
Very well.
Yeah, this is double catapult.
They'll tear you apart. Heads up. Incoming.
What the? I thought I blinked over there. Huh.
Come on, Peter, go push the rack. Stop being an ass. Don't need that.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
I had to just delay the game.
PA just fucking dive fountain?
I'm in complete agreement.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Into the fray. Smart money. My sentiments exactly. I'll critically put this aside. No argument there. I can't wait.
Why did the courier get all the way to me and then not?
Exactly.
What the fuck, Fudge? Okay, man. I wish I had rearm level 3. I wish I had rearm level 3. Actually, I don't know. It makes a difference. Hey Butterfly, next time you make a toxic comment, you're gonna get banned. I hope you understand what that means. Thanks. This Pudge, man, he's just... his job is just to hunt me down every time. I really think this is a good item. Yes, I understand that you think this is a really good item. I do not agree.
Your top tower is under attack.
I believe it's almost out.
I'm on
Hey, Pudge.
This goes here.
What the fuck is the cooldown on that shit? Oh wait, oh Ivan got banned. Hey Ivan, I have here. I'll show you my conduct summary, okay? I mean, you think that I'm toxic, right? So what does this say? Am I right, Butterfly? Oh yeah, my main account, basically the same thing. So, come on, you're a smart boy. You know what that means, right? And it's funny that your message as you got banned is so fucking toxic, and you're calling other people toxic. That's really funny, man. He's not smart at all. I was just being ironic. Different Ivan got banned.
Proceed. You will leave go, my friend. This for again. March, march. This will tear you apart.
Yeah, let's try ending.
March, march. Rearming.
Of course, Pudge is top.
I'm in complete agreement.
What boy.
Fuck, dude.
Damn, he really wasted your money.
I'm just on
There's a buyback there.
This is me, y'all.
Only kid didn't die fat and just hit the fucking rack. We wouldn't be here right now. We'd end this game. It's okay, we delayed it for a reason.
It's not time yet.
Okay.
This for again. Tear you apart.
Hey, y'all fucking push.
Are you thinking what I'm now? This goes here. Absolutely.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
On my way!
Stick. Positively.
Push! What's Tinker doing?
I am right behind you.
You should be split pushing bottom right now.
Why does it matter that I'm bottom? Like, they're not gonna get that tower. That wave
doesn't need
is
to be-
small.
Hazard.
So we can
We need to.
Rearming.
I'll just remove parts right now. We don't need to worry.
Very well.
You're right back.
Then it.
No Juggernaut.
My sentiments exactly.
Go do right. So we can secure this one.
This for again. I should say.
Okay.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Tinker should get the chip. You know, you want change Tinker?
Nah, I'm good.
Alright, then I'll just hold on.
Rearming.
Let's get this whip.
Seek the heat. That should be incoming. I
I'm
can.
gonna see if I can focus during this fight. Alright.
March. March.
Dire structures are fortified.
Seek the heat.
They can't even touch. No.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Rearming. In deep. Incoming. That should be Seek the heat.
Oh my god. The Juggernaut up there. Good job, Tank.
Tinkering about with the heat. I can't wait. My sentiments
The
exactly.
enemy's top barracks has fallen.
This floor again. I should say
He's
so.
dead, dude.
Look at them go. That should be there. Are you thinking what I'm heads up? Now, this goes here. There's hot. Go, my good friend. Go, really, army. Well, tear you apart. Then it's something. I'm in complete agreement. Where did that come from? I wonder what. I can't wait. Look at them go. This goes here. Oh, my little friends, go. This for again. March. Smart money. Rearming. I should say so. Well, tear you apart.
I can teleport on you.
My statue
Keep chasing, keep chasing.
She was way too fast.
tinkering about. I can't wait. No argument there. Rearming.
Could you push it?
Ah, I got it.
For us. We all can go down bot with here.
Tear you apart. This absolutely. Positively. The heat. Look at them go. That should be there.
Hey, they blew all their open. Should be able to get
Out of the veil.
Now, this goes here.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Rearming.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wait. Well, tear you apart. Are you thinking what this goes here? Proceed. Look at them.
His dire structures are fortified.
GG, guys.
Radiant victory.
So what'd you guys think of the Tinker game? I'm still practicing Tinker, so I make lots of mistakes. Thanks, Yusuf. Oh, I didn't even do the most damage? PA did the most damage? Oh, PA had a really good farm. I can play any hero for donation. Yeah, how much damage did I do? 50,000 only? Huh. And PA did way more damage. Yeah, at the beginning of the year I bought that crown, and then in the end I didn't even buy Dagon. That's okay. Yeah, this PA was super farmed. She had like 13-minute battle fury or some shit like that. Like, look at this. This is her at 10 minutes. 5.2k net worth. No one's even close. Yeah, PA is just way far ahead of everyone. Does this Pudge report somebody? Report Invoker? Nah, I'd rather report you, Pudge. Just report him. This guy's toxic. See, told you he's toxic. You guys want to donate for your hero suggestions? What do I study? Hey Siraj, I graduated from high school 13 years ago, bud. Just let that sink in, okay, man? How to find good position when Tinker jumped with dagger, when he attacked or push. Yeah, Yusuf, I mean, like, that's a very hard topic, dude. Lulu is your girlfriend? Now, what makes you think that? I see her here often. Therefore. Yeah, I don't know about replacing Kaya and Sanj of Soul Ring at the very end there. 16% mana cost and mana loss reduction. Mana loss reduction. I would actually like to theory craft a little bit. Yeah, Hunter, I can show you my controls later.
Sometimes I think you will proceed.
So 170, 140, 190, 300.
Prepare for battle.
So I took 28 off of this. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't know if Kaya Sanch is worth replacing Soul Ring. 28, 23, so that's 51, 51, 31, 60, 82, 82, and 48. 82, 130 mana if you cast all 4 spells. That's actually pretty good. What's that piece of shit Pudge from last game?
Your turn to ban.
Maybe I should play here I'm good at. Fucking destroy this kid.
5 seconds remaining.
Hi Gilbert. Hi Roger. Anyways, Hunter, my controls are like this. There you go. Positive, you need to see it for a longer time.
Your turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5
Is
seconds
Bluesman my real
remaining.
name? Yep. I have a feeling that's the only hero he plays, Lulu. Like, let's have a look at this cocksucker. Oh my goodness. He even uses a real picture in his profile picture. Only stupid people do that. I said only stupid people do that. Hafania, you're not allowed to say the word noob.
Your turn to pick.
Hey Ruben, I don't know what you're talking about. You said, I don't know, or some tips from you, smiley face. What?
10 seconds remaining.
What do you think the best way to rank up faster is? I mean, you win your games.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
He is Levcan, the best player on the Pudge. This is Levcan? You think this is Levcan? Levcan's
DK,
Legend
man.
7? Legend 7 player?
Literally any of the ones that I freaking just pinged out.
Hey Ruben, go watch my support video on my channel. 10-minute video. Teach you everything you need to know, okay bud?
Your turn to pick.
Didn't someone say they wanted the last pick? Then he didn't even end up getting it. Slardar is good here. Sayed, I'm playing fucking Carry Naga. Oh my god.
Smoke weed every day.
And I've been playing Carry all fucking day. Oh my god.
This one is in.
I don't know why this... Man, do you even think about the things that you say? Okay, Sayed, Mustafa. Look, here's what I played today. Today's 5/19, right? Carry, 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 carry. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, this guy is just too...
Honor guides me. Attack!
Doesn't make any sense. Hi, Jupiter. How you doing? Jupiter, I need to talk to you about the other day.
30 seconds.
You triggered one of my pet peeves, and I just don't like it when people tell me to chill. Just don't like it. So, just don't say it next time, and we're good, okay?
Yo, Slardar, man, any day, man.
Any way you
Come, dude, you have 10 tangos. Fucking use that shit. Go! Alright, my Slardar is actually from Vegas.
time to sink
or swim. Make a splash.
Oh, I didn't buy items, huh?
No Slytherin may fail. No Slytherin may fail. Indeed.
Yeah, you don't know shit. And don't make statements. What the fuck?
Oh, wait, you didn't have items on you?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't buy items.
I was like, maybe you should have just salved up and then actually checked your inventory.
Slytherin.
No, as I was running away, I'm like, wait a minute, how did I get 684 gold?
The sea calls.
Fuck. My clarity.
Cut to the chase. So you say.
That's
Okay, so yeah, just think before you speak next time, okay? It's a very useful skill.
You.
Thinking before you speak.
Serpentine. You're through. Slither hither. Now you pay. Make a splash. My song grows sweeter. No Slytherin may fail. Honor guides me.
Don't be angry.
No Slytherin may fail. Serpentine. Melee. Slytherin.
First blood in flames.
The sea calls.
I don't have fucking stealth shield, man. I can't trade.
Just business.
Tis a rising sea. Yes. So you say. Any way you
Back a bit.
slice it. As commanded. From sea to shore.
Pudge TP middle or bottom? Pudge TP.
Cut to the
Thanks.
chase.
Oh, fuck, I want to creep!
The rune of haste.
Honor guides me. Your
No.
top tower is under attack. Serpentine. Yes. No Slytherin may fail.
Tanking missing. I'm pretty sure he's grumbling.
Okay.
So you say.
I don't think this guy. Stealth shield.
As commanded. Yes.
If I wanted Pudge badly, I would have played Ursa or something like that. Or Spectre.
Indeed.
Nah, I'm just gonna practice heroes that I'm bad at.
A bit faster.
Make a splash. Slytherin. Slay you.
Oh, he's coming top again. I see. Oh, wait, you. Oh, creeps, I see. That's why.
Any way you slice it.
Done. What? What?
Slither hither.
Maybe I
Oh,
mean, no,
fuck.
no, no.
Now!
I can't feel my legs.
Time is young again.
Fuck.
En puissant.
Well, runes, fuck. Sand King got both.
Lovely.
From sea to shore. Put down. Attack! Loaded to the gills.
You fucking bitch.
Missing Sand King.
Chase. From sea to shore. Thieves all. Yes. I'm under attack. No Slytherin may fail. Suffer.
Denied.
Worthy of the net. As commanded. Might.
Denied.
I will get you. Any way you slice it, my net grows stronger.
Oh, hello, Snowpoop.
Hope your day is green.
It's my day's going alright, man. It is green. I haven't playing with my Smurf though, so
Big Love Blue. PHX.
Yes.
Behold, a
No
subtle bird.
Slytherin may fail. So you say. Indeed. Honor guides me. Slice you nice. Suffer.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Melee.
Fighting the creeps. I don't think you should do that.
thanks, man.
Honor guides
From
There's
one
Sand King
row,
here.
one row.
Ward here.
Hook, hook,
You get a
hook,
ward
watch.
up there.
from sea to
That's to you.
Hook, hook, hook.
chase. Oh, look, it's me.
He
No
can't handle bottom.
Slytherin
He's
may
not farming.
Guys, I think I have a pimple on my butt.
Easy kill Pangolier.
Silver Edge? Easy kill Pangolier?
I mean, how is top?
Thank you, Mr. Buy Silver Edge. Top's great, man. Is drums good item on Naga? I mean, move speed's great, mana gen's great, stats are great. Maybe I get drums. I think most people don't really buy drums on Naga though.
I don't think you get Midas this game, by the way. I'm sure that you get a Blink Dagger on Slardar. Otherwise, this PA is just gonna roll out of control. What do I know, man? What do I know?
Oh my god, I'm tired waiting for this shit. That's it, I'm unpausing.
I owe you
if you get a minus, I'm pretty much useless.
Yes.
It's a lot of respect for Pudge.
Lay you open.
Drums, yeah, she gives better kill potential in Pango. So that is what, 4,000 worth of items. I think you're probably just better off with Diffusal if you really want to just kill. I'm actually more just interested in the stats that make the illusions far more efficiently. Drums. Nah, we don't buy drums. Hi, Silvio. Definitely not buying Vladimir's. Did I buy the account or up MR by myself? What do you think? Why would I buy a Legend Smurf account? Hey guys, my MMR is so high. I'm a Legend player. Ain't nobody got time for this shit.
Oh god.
How did I miss that last hit?
The sea calms.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sweeter dreams, Slytherin. So you say.
Yeah, you can farm this, by the way. Wait, why did you just... Oh, no.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Now you pay. You're through. As commanded. My blade sings. Attack.
I'm gonna shrine top.
Make a splash.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I don't really care about it.
Slither hither.
You have a bottle, right, Ember?
Never refuse gold,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thieves all. Now you pay.
You want this stone? I can give it to you.
I guess I do.
Yeah, alright, I'll TV bot and we can pressure.
Never mind, no, it's fine. I got 6.
Hmm.
Yes.
Oh,
The sea calls.
Okay.
No Slytherin may fail. Gut you.
Yikes for me, dog.
From sea to shore.
Oh shit.
So you say. Yes.
Oh, I'm here for moral sport.
Honor guides
Track kill, boys.
Slice you nice. As commanded.
Coffee time? Ugh, fine.
Those guys have 2 bracers.
sack. I didn't get to sack this one, sorry.
How dare you?
Your middle tower is under attack.
through. We'll sing harmony.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is
I'll
under
get a blink so
attack.
we have some initiation.
Slardar needs it, man.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't mean I can't have one either.
Yes, it does.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I think there's better items. that you-
Necro's TP is stopped. I stopped Necro TP.
Got it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No Slytherin may fail.
Nah.
Prepare for a lesson.
Slytherin. The tide raises all.
What the? It's not. Oops. There you go. I want this one.
Do you think we can kill Slaughter?
From sea to shore.
Nah.
As
If you,
commanded.
There's a lot top, actually.
Oh shit!
It's me. Attack. Slice
Oh, you should have left the
nice.
remnant here, dude.
No Slytherin may
Oh, you
fail.
did. Yeah.
Thieves all. The sea calls. Make a splash.
Oh shit.
Honor guides
Care top. Care top.
me. Indeed, we'll sing harmony. Thanks. My
The fuck
blade
is this silent?
Yo, man. Okay, you can have it. You can have it. It's
Slither
okay.
hither.
Alright, well, our Slardar has a 15-minute blink. I mean, Midas, by the way.
Gold for the deeds. I will gut.
How do you feel about that?
I don't like it one bit, dude.
Tower is under attack.
That means that he's gonna have a 35-minute blink dagger.
Your top tower is under attack.
Actually useful.
I know the TP. It's cool down.
Melee.
You guys are just in farming mode, huh? Do we have 2 Nagas in this? Oh, we do have 2 Nagas in this team.
Any way you slice it. Serpentine. So you say.
I don't understand this. He gets Midas and then he comes
Do we have more Nagas in this team?
Slitherly.
I think you back off. I think you guys back off.
got Midas low.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Make a splash.
Your top tower is under attack.
Slither hither.
The
Your
Necros
top tower
got
is
weird
under
items.
attack.
Indeed.
He does have weird items. He's not wrong.
The sea
The bottom
calls.
camps are stacked, by the way.
Your top tower
The what?
has fallen.
Bottom camps are stacked. The triangle.
Oh, okay. Thanks, man.
No Slytherin may fail. Now you pay.
And these can. Why did this one retreat so early? I'm so confused.
You're
Get-
through.
Oh, this one's
It
stacked.
gives you the time, sir.
No, like sometimes they just retreat early randomly. But yeah, it's like it should be 52 victory for this one. We we have boots, you can stack the last one.
Now on 55?
Yes.
Oh,
There's a new catch in my voice.
Yeah, nice blink,
From
dude.
sea to shore,
Bag it.
honor guides me.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Attack! Any way you slice it. Indeed.
These guys are just 5 manning, so split up.
Honor guides me. As commanded. Diffusal blade. Attack!
Yep, Farmville.
You open.
That's all it is.
wait, so why did he get
Because, man, it's Ortega, dude. No reason to ask.
No Slytherin may fail. Loaded to the gills. No Slytherin.
Okay, I have Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, nice fucking miss hits all goddamn day, dude.
Slytherin. There I am.
I thought you were canceling your animation.
What the fuck?
I was like, why is your invis not breaking? Like, oh, you're missing.
I can't hit him, dude.
Is it Ricky talent for, let's go Bounty Hunter 2 now?
Yes.
Melee.
Oh wait, no, fuck, my clarity!
Gutted.
Oh, I'm dead.
Slice you nice. So you
Radiant
say,
structures are fortified.
make a splash. Loaded to the gills. The sea calls. Cut to the chase.
I want to go up this hill, but I'm so
I'm gonna
scared.
have 2 boots, by the way. 1 for each foot.
It's me.
Are they going to eat magic boots?
They are not.
Oh, well, that's just stupid.
I mean, dude, I gotta have my SPs on one side, Air Force Ones on
See
the
you
other.
later, friends.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes.
A soldier's fortune.
Now you pay. Put down. Yes.
It's going, what's it called? Radiance.
Yeah, we're gonna have problems.
No, are you sure it's not Divine Rapier?
Oh, I mean,
My blade is safe.
I'm under level.
Will gut you.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
oh, sand keeps coming. Don't all line up.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Careful, he said,
Indeed.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Manta style.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To the chase.
nice.
Now
Oh, those.
Bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
my song grows sweet.
Nice job on the split push,
Tower
by the way,
is under
Naga.
attack.
As commanded.
Why, thank you.
Very nice.
Honor
Nice.
guide
Your
you.
middle tower
Hey, what does
is
she
under
have,
attack.
actually?
Our Naga?
Splash.
Oh no, the PA.
I did not check her
Hopefully we're
inventory.
getting Battle Fury.
Fail.
Yeah, she's going battle free.
Slither hither. Slithering. Suffer. Gracious be.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
No
Thanks for following on Twitch. Person who followed on Twitch.
cut to the chase.
Should get some aggressive wards up now that we got.
Yeah.
This guy has radiance.
Yes. Yes. Melee.
Might have to grab a casual.
Thieves all. My blade sings.
Get some here.
The sea calls. Sweet dreams as commanded. From sea to shore. Flame you open.
Too late. Oh, somebody wants a taste?
So
Yep.
you say,
Gotta buy my TP scroll real quick.
make a splash.
Blink on Pudge.
Indeed. Worthy of the neck.
Sand King's coming in, Sand King's coming in.
Guides.
You guys don't have to take these fights. Just saying.
Yeah.
We're not taking him.
No Slytherin may fail.
I mean, we don't even have Slardar.
We have Slardar?
The sea calls.
I know. Shoot.
Serpentine.
25-minute runes.
Any way you will sing harmony.
Bountiful.
So you say,
Never refuse gold. Give it.
loaded to the gills.
What the?
Alright, push other places. There are like 4 there.
From sea to shore. No Slytherin may fail. Honor
God, I hate
guides
this
me.
Pudge so much.
Push it.
Oh, almost saved you, dude.
Yeah.
Restitution. Cut to the chase.
They don't have Necro here in mid.
The tide raises all. You're through.
Okay.
Make a splash.
I'm coming. I'm right behind you guys.
It's me. Yes.
Jesus, oh, where's the sentries?
They placed a sentry over there. During the D ward.
Yes.
Got him.
I didn't get any track kills. What the f? I swear I thought I tracked all of them.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Slice you nice.
Oh, I'm not sure if just us two can defend.
Nah, that tower's not that
Amber's up
important. It's
to you.
fine.
Middle tower has fallen.
Alright, this Slardar might be dead.
No, they're not going. Just gonna try to get a D ward out.
Yes. Cut to the chase.
Where do I place my here? Is this not obvious at all?
Any way you slice it. Honor will sing harmony. Gold for the deeds. No Slytherin may fail. From sea to shore. I will gut you.
God. This game will get exciting real soon. Give me another 30 minutes of farm.
Slither hither.
Guy's literally just sitting time.
Oh, they make
Yes. Thieves all.
Oh shit.
I will gut.
Yeah, I think someone gets hooked like that, you just let them die.
Now you pay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No aggro. Slardar's down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wait, you see this timer?
Nice. Well, that's good. Oh. Wait. Oh, it still goes on after he's dead. Interesting.
Failed the veil.
From sea to shore.
Bet that hurt.
Any way you slice it. Regeneration. There I am.
Naga's kind of
No
enormous.
Slytherin may fail.
That's what she said.
Sick.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Slice you nice.
Lads, terrible item.
Flay you open.
If you play Core Naga, don't buy, lads.
We'll sing harmony. Melee.
Wait, Kurt.
Not sure why we're hovering here. That's not hover here. Oh, just up.
Honor.
My god, he hates me. 4 mid.
Indeed. Oh, it's me. Yes. Heart of Taras. For the throne. No Slytherin may fail.
Aside from diabetes, probably.
The sea calls. Yes, there I am.
Oh, fuck. I think we won want to contest Asuna song, but it might not be.
Yeah, I'm gonna come in like 3
Man, he
seconds.
needs to go in.
Searing heat.
I'm coming, I'm
You
coming.
gotta go in, dude.
Oh, very low.
In my neck.
Ow. Oh, phew.
Just Slithers. Yes.
That gave me 4 levels.
No Slytherin may My blade is safe.
No, actually, it was 3. It was a 2.
Dude, I can't even try. I gotta stop going in.
There's a tome in the shop. I purchased it pretty good up.
Suffer.
They don't have a answer for Naga other than Necro, so I think this is our time.
Naga's already making up the time, boy.
I think it's unfair how illusions can do this much damage to towers.
Honor guides me.
The enemy's middle tower. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Didn't even get the mirror damage.
Slither hither.
Oh, back.
Worthy of the net. Slice you
This hero's so fucking boring, man. I swear to God.
We'll sing harmony. The sea calls.
Rune of double damage.
Attack.
I still have Pingo ult, which is pretty nice for team fights.
Make a splash.
I have it for another 2 minutes. Let me just put some words on.
Serpentine. From sea to shore, there I am. So you say, loaded to the gills.
Never
Any
refuse
way
to
you
give it.
slice it. No Slytherin may fail.
PA's top.
No Slytherin
Sure, they're all
may fail.
5.
Indeed. Slitherly. As commanded. Now you
Alright, I am,
to the chase.
yeah. All my items. Done farming now, guys.
Oh, yes, a vessel. That would be nice.
Lay you open.
Clear as clean water.
Honor guides me. My blade sings. Cut down. Gutted. You're through. Any way you slice it.
Sorry. Do anything there?
To the chase.
Kind of my fault. Actually, all my fault.
From sea to shore.
Man, I'm just trying to get some kind of intel, man.
No Slytherin Slytherin may fail.
I mean, I think in a way, death's on their side of the field. It's fine, so then they have to push over.
Yes. We'll sing harmony. My song grows sweeter. Now you pay. The sea calls. Got you.
We need to get some words.
Make a splash.
I want to put one here, but I think they're all there right now.
As commanded.
Wait, Anchor.
So you say.
There's stuff on it.
Haste. Slytherin.
Alright, we're just gonna sneak in.
Attack. Melee.
Yeah, these guys stay pretty grouped up.
Oh, fuck! Yeah.
Slither hither. Serpentine. I'm under attack.
Oh, shit.
Hello, we gotta go.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my heart, just saying, okay?
Any way you select.
Watch out, we're up.
Yikes.
Holy moly.
100.
I thought we had that, but I guess not.
Looks good for a second.
Death is upon you.
Just buy back now, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Balance assured.
No one else says buyback.
Dire structures are fortified.
Careful, he has blink.
Slardar has
Blink. Oh
buyback.
no! Okay, no, the root's really nice here.
Your middle tower is under
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
The
buyback words, boys.
Prepare for a lesson.
Alright,
And what's that supposed to mean? Classic blue span?
Aetherless might be helpful, I'm not sure. The money for that.
Bountiful.
I'm behind you, but let's back.
Never refuse gold given.
Careful. Oh, shoot.
Oh my god, dude. There's then.
Fuck.
My siren song resumes. I'm coming so you say.
Wait for me.
No Slytherin may fail.
Suckers, suckers.
Sea to shore. The sea calls. No Slytherin may fail.
Your top tower is under attack.
Hey, if they're still top, they don't have
The
Necrophos.
enemy's bottom shrine. Your top tower has fallen.
You're through.
Wait, Pudge is up there. What the?
Can we take a fight here?
Yeah, wait, get the
Can we
Pudge.
take a fight? Yo, Slardar, man, go, dude.
Yo, I'm walking away from this. You can fight. You can.
Any way you slice it. No Slytherin may fail.
What the fuck?
Hitting him hurt so much.
No Slytherin may fail.
Jesus fucking
Nice
Christ.
track kills.
No!
Slither hither.
What do I get to deal with this magic
The
then?
sea calls.
Where's nice?
As commanded.
Um,
There I am.
Maybe he's like the only thing left. What do I get for everyone else?
My blade is safe.
The rune of invisibility.
Radiant structures are fortified.
we're sort of split right now. It's hard for us. Good job.
Yo, check Roche, Rubik.
Yeah. Can you not say
Okay,
that?
okay.
Yeah. If
Hey, we don't have to take this fight. Hey, Ember, get back, okay? We don't have to take this fight.
Sea to shore.
it is up.
Suffer.
Just do whatever you score out here.
Slay you, a wilting harmony. I will gut you. Not yet. Honor guides me.
Oh god.
Serpentine. Snagged.
Oh, they're buying back. We should not be here. Maybe. I don't know.
Necro doesn't have ult, dude.
Oh wait.
No Slytherin.
Don't be scared.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
There could be monsters or bad.
Give me some mana, bitch. Thanks.
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I think Naga's got the right idea.
That's what I'm talking about.
If not,
No Slytherin may fail.
Yo, quit chasing her. Come on.
Yo, quit not chasing her.
No.
got him.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
No Slytherin may get
That's a yikes for me, dog.
Huh?
Oh wait, no, no, that was a brilliant trade. She's got boots. Just, I think. Oh wait, you guys killed the boot. No. Nice.
Nice, good game.
Good job, guys. Fun Naga game.
Dire victory.
Sin's expectation.
Wow, I don't think I'm ever playing that hero again. That was so fucking boring. Okay, maybe I'm playing that hero again. Oh god. Oh, kill me. Oh, wait a minute. Wrapped gift from Lulu-chan. Naga item, isn't it? Oh, procession of the partisan guard. Let's have a looky look. Oh yeah, better than my naked Naga. Well, thank you very much, Lulu. Yeah, that game was so fucking boring. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, actually I hate to play against Naga because she's just really annoying. But I also hate playing Naga. What can you do? Suppose, you know, if you really want to counter the hero you hate, right, you have to play it, so that's just a necessary evil of becoming a really good Dota 2 player. Oh, so fucking boring. My goodness. Radiance is totally unnecessary on Naga now. Because of Riptide changes. Damn, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. What? The fuck? What? Oh my god, don't tell me. What the fuck is going on here?
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with
Oh my god! I don't think restarting does shit, guys. But I could be wrong. But let's find out. My game client is not out of date. And I don't think it ever said that. So you still got this? Did anyone see that the game client is out of date? I don't think that actually happened. Where? Okay, we're gonna watch Ember Spirit for 3 minutes.
You have been denied.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
English only, thanks. Peeing is disgusting. You don't pee?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
Oh, interesting build.
Dire's structures are
Flame guard, sleight of fist.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Thanks, Lulu and Vinit. Yeah, I think Flame Guard is a better farming ability than Chains is. For farming creeps for sure, questionably heroes. Why is Fist good early game? I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Dire's middle
Who
tower under
is Nyx
attack.
Assassin the mid? Who's the mid? Is my ping okay? Why wouldn't it be okay? This might be my last game of Dota 2 today, guys.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, what a beautiful combo.
No life is eternal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Your turn to battle. 5 seconds remaining.
Can you please not spam emotes? Thank you.
Your turn to pick.
Is it prohibited? Yes, yes it is. Here, since you don't read the rules, I will read them for you, okay, man? It's not in here, but the bot says it. Where's the bot?
Your turn to pick.
No spamming. How does one delete the background from webcam with a green screen?
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, it says a Smurf, huh?
Your turn to pick.
I look ill today? How do I look ill?
Your turn to pick.
Do I look sick to anybody? Hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh man, I don't know what to play this.
5 seconds remaining.
Huh.
Your turn to pick.
Drow Ranger is a good pick, huh? Can I get a tank? Can I get a ward into Tengu, please? Let's try it this way. Hi, Amaradeep. Are your eyes okay? Your eyes look unclear today. Previous match 3-1-17.
Drow Ranger.
Don't worry, lads. This one's in the bag.
First time I see you in the YouTube streaming, I think you're an Asian blue. So risky. So what you're saying is that you no longer think that I'm Asian?
Battle.
Does that sound accurate to you?
Very well. Four.
He knows I'm black? Fuck.
My bow is drawn.
My face like Asian? Does that mean you don't think my face looks Asian anymore?
Go in silence. Way ahead of you. 30 seconds to battle. Attack.
Pull roots and run.
My sentiments as well. Agreed. The battle begins. Good enough.
You know what, I think I prefer mid-draw. I think I prefer mid-draw over Seafling draw.
Yes.
Get my 6 and get out real quick.
Silent as mist. That was my thought. Onward. Very well. Every little bit counts. Bite, frost. Denied. Battle. Your fate is sealed.
Oh fuck, missed the last hit for no reason.
Agreed. Onward. My sentiments as well. My bow is drawn.
Yeah, I've done that trick 1,000 times, man.
Yes. That was my thought. Forward. Way ahead. So be it.
Easy.
First blood. And here come the sharks.
I go in silence.
Regen game-winning rune, you know?
Silent as mist. Feel the frost. To battle. Arrow, fly. Into the fray. Arrow, fly. Good enough. Death comes silently. I go in silence.
Oh shit!
I know I should
Jesus
respect
Christ.
death, but first you have to earn it. I shall nip my kittens be.
Dude. Awesome play or awesome players? Come on.
My bow is drawn. Way ahead of you. I'll cut in knots with your name on it. Forward. Onward. Yes. Feel my cold embrace. That was my thought.
Mine at last. So be it. Silent as mist. The price you pay.
The seeds of war.
Quiver.
Bounty!
Agreed. Arrow, find your target. Feel the bite of frost. Your middle tower is under attack. Very well.
Why did I get 3 Wraith Bands? 3 is lucky number.
Arrow, fly.
And you know how I know it's a lucky number? My grandfather told me.
My sentiments as well. Silent as mist.
Wow.
Arrow, find your target. Ice shall nip my enemies.
That didn't sack, did it?
Fight, frost.
Oh, it did sack.
Yes.
Regeneration!
Your fate is sealed. My sentiments as well. Quiver. To battle. Mine. Onward.
Illusion!
Feel the frost.
Grand crew.
Radiant structures are fortified. Feel the bite of frost. Arrow, fly. Forward. Very well. The enemy's top tower has fallen. That was my thought. Radiant structures are fortified.
Hey, Henry, can you stop spamming stupid shit? Thanks.
Death comes silently. Good enough. Your middle tower is under attack. Agreed. The secrets of the wood are mine.
Hi,
Way
George.
ahead of you. I go in silence. So be it. Your middle tower is under attack. I am concealed. Blessings upon a loyal warrior. So be it. Yes. Cold embrace, amateur. As deep as forest shade. Forward. That was my thought. My sentiments as well. I'll cut a notch with your name on it. Onward. Good enough. I go in silence. Way ahead of you. Uh-huh. Into the fray.
Furled your sails for good.
To battle. Arrow, fly. Agreed. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
What's the scepter for this game? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh. Oh shit, I'm so fucking dead. Oh man, I missed. Oh god, oh god.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm so fucking dead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh man, what the f- what are you guys doing? Jesus.
Your middle
Go
tower
defend your
is under
bottom tower.
attack. Your middle tower has fallen. The
I am building a
enemy's bottom
scepter.
tower has fallen.
What's the scepter for this game? The scepter is Aghanim scepter.
Silent as mist.
Now that was a failed
Ice shall nip my enemies.
Not so common, eh?
Bite, frost. Quiver. Feel my cold embrace. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Death comes silently. Your top tower is under attack.
Yo, I need crew.
My sentiments as well.
Oh
Silent
yeah,
as mist.
perfect rune.
Regeneration. Onward. Ah, scepter. Feel the frost.
15-minute runes. Guys, do you like MOBA games? Hey, EG Craft, I think you're probably, let me guess, 13 years old?
The seeds of void.
So, we're in a Dota 2 stream, which is a MOBA, so why do you think people will be watching a stream if they don't like it? Kind of like, why would you go to McDonald's if you don't like it?
Into the fray. Your top tower is under attack. Agreed. To battle.
You tell him, Lulu. You tell him.
My bow is drawn.
I'm just fucking with this guy.
So be it. That was my thought.
He means Mobile Legend? How do you know that's what he means? That's not what he said.
Radiant structures are fortified. Arrow fly.
Nice.
Yes. Way ahead of you. Good enough.
No! My blink dagger!
Target. Yes. Your fate is sealed.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
There are some things you weren't meant to see. Agreed.
Oh, that was a joke?
The arrow stabs from afar. Blink dagger
Okay.
brings me closer.
Interesting joke.
Into the fray. Quiver. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Bite frost. Good enough. Silent is peace.
Oh man, I shouldn't have played Drow. Too easy. I thought Orange would be really good. I thought he was a Smurf, so then I played something serious. Unnecessary the whole time.
Feel the bite of frost. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Feel my cold. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Way ahead of you. My sentiments as well. Onward. I go in silence. The enemy's top shrine has fallen. Arrow fly. The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen. Feel the frost.
Or a Bat Rider has blink.
So be it.
The seeds of fortune.
That is my thought.
Luna's dead. Luna is not dead.
Battle. Haste.
Alright. I'm here, don't worry, I'm here, I'm here.
Veins are lined with the likes of you.
There you go. You're welcome.
Roshan has fallen to the dark. Not yet. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire victory.
Namdota, I think you underestimate the capabilities of Blink. Blink helps me escape if I react quickly enough. Also, you can also gank with Blink. Yeah, you can. You didn't see any Blink ganks? Pretty sure I killed at least 1 or 2 people with the usage of Blink. Yeah, you guys want to know why I have these items? It's very easy. I bought eggs so that I could farm more quickly. I bought Blink daggers also so that I could farm more quickly. But Blink dagger is just extremely versatile here. I mean, right? You could use it to escape, right? It's very good for split pushing. You can use it to gank. You can use it to escape. Just an extremely versatile item. Discount anti-mage. I mean, you can say that about a lot of heroes, right? You can say that about Tinker. Tinker, discount anti-mage, or Nature's Prophet. But, I mean, you know what anti-mage does? Anti-mage does damage. And you know what Tinker also does damage? So therefore, anti-mage equals Tinker. I don't know if I feel like playing any more Dota 2 today, because kind of want to just play Diablo 3. Did I know that Skeleton King is the only hero that doesn't do damage? That is incorrect. Skeleton King is not a hero. Alright, does anybody have any questions or comments before I go? I'm not streaming Diablo 3. That shit is so boring, man. You're just gonna be watching me. It'll be like the Naga game. I gotta come in. Hold on a sec. Am I Christian? Somebody already told you the answer to this question. Why don't you listen to them? And also, are you a Japanese killer who uses books? How can you prove that Skeleton King doesn't do damage if he doesn't exist? I learned it off of Google. Anybody have any last minute questions or comments? I'm about to leave real quick. I am itching to eat food and play Diablo 3. Johnny? Namdota? Lulu-chan. Do I stream every day? Yep. Every day around 7 AM Pacific time. Schedule should be in the stream description, or one of the bots are saying it. Can we do a less ridiculous Diablo session? I don't know what that means. When did we do a ridiculous Diablo session? No, I'm really not streaming Diablo. You want it to be more tactical than hack and slash? Okay, well, you're gonna have to get gear first, and then we're gonna have to push the greater rifts. Hello, Leon. You know what? You are totally rude. Oh, I need to reply to this. All right, Light. How am I rude? Go ahead, man. I'll wait for your answer, Light. How am I rude? What did I say that was rude? Are you planning to join any pro teams to compete at pro level? No, I'm not. I think to compete at pro level, you have to be at least 7k MMR, and I'm not even 6k, so no chance for me. Radiance against Illusion Heroes good? It could be. I mean, if like PL or Naga has heart, then you can buy Radiance to stop the heart. The avoid player should be added to the game without the pass. I don't have an opinion on this. What team do you prefer, OG or VP? I prefer OG. What if we did max difficulty with level 1 characters? So that we have real resource damage issues and each encounter is a unique challenge. No, it's better to do it in high tier dungeons, because I've actually done what you're suggesting before, and it just becomes more of a time-consuming right-click fest. Imagine, like, you know, killing Bristleback from behind with no items, and he has 6 slot, something like that. Whose son is this? Whose son are you? Did you expect me to give you my mom's name? And when we get new level skills, it is a massive boon to the team each time. Same thing. Do you know Sahur? Something about fasting or something like that? Let me ask you a question, man. First of all, let me say that your question is ridiculous. Why do you think that I would give you my mom's name? Go ahead, man. Answer that question. How's one-shotting better? No. We're not. So all the one-shotting that you have seen in yesterday's session is more for efficient min-maxing leveling. It is not about the enjoyable experience. It is simply about farming. Once we push higher, greater rifts, then it becomes extremely strategic. English only, please, thanks. I give no shits what your mom's name is. Why do you think I would care? You gotta be like 13 years old, huh? Am I right? What does it take to get from 6k to 7k? Well, Sid, I've never been 7k, so I couldn't tell you. What do we need to do greater rifts? Actually, you have all the tools already. You just need to start collecting gear that synergizes with your skills. And you Yasha, I know, right? And where'd that fucking light kid go? Hey, man. Remember when I asked you a question? You remember when you called me out on saying that I was rude? And I was like, okay, why am I rude? Why is it like this now, huh? Is it because you have absolutely no points or nothing to say? Next time, just fucking think before you open your mouth. Is the Enchanter viable, or do I need special drops? Enchanter viable. Enchantress, like the companion. I don't really know. I've never used her. Maybe she is. Oh no, the stream is over. The stream is over. Hey, if you're in grade 2, you know what you should do? You should probably join like a Roblox or Minecraft community. That's probably more suitable for your age, I think. Or maybe play with crayons or something. Because if you're in grade 2, then I am more than 4 times your age. In fact, I'm probably... yeah, probably around your dad's age. And I'm not going to hang out with you, dude, okay? Just being real, you know? You ever see like 30-year-old hang out with like a bunch of little babies that aren't their own kids? We're here to spam when you're a position 5 player. Hey Eco, have you ever tried using Dota buff? Like they have all the win rates for every hero, for every bracket, so you could probably just pick whatever is the highest. Your arch and then enchant items. Well, I mean, you can enchant any item that you want. I think Johnny was basically saying the other day that there are certain items that are not even worth enchanting just because it's just not a good item. You know, it's kind of like putting a moon shard on a... Who's the worst right clicker in the game? On a Zeus. Can YouTuber know how long someone subscribed to his channel? I think there's a way, but it's kind of tedious to figure it out. Hey, I'm gonna do you a favor. Here, go find some grade 2s to hang out. We all need our own keys, yes. What's my age? I'm 30 years old. I'm literally about to turn 31 in 2 weeks. Pudge, where's right click? But Pudge skills infinitely. I would argue that if something skills infinitely, then they're one of the best right clickers. Yeah, sorry, as a fan, we're done here. Any tips for new Dota players? Should I stay in the safe lane or go mid? I had more successful in mid. I don't have an opinion on that. Everyone has different strengths and weaknesses. I don't know what yours are. If you're a better mid player, then you're a better mid player, you know? Assuming Pudge can get kills to begin with. Oh yeah? Assuming Pudge can't get kills with him and his entire team. Can you tell through here's a spam in 4K? Well, you do, like I said to... Where is he? Eco. Have you ever considered using Dota buff? It shows you all the win rates for every hero for every bracket. So rather than take my opinion, or Johnny's opinion, or Susan's opinion, why don't you just look at the win rates? You have a good day as well. That's right. Okay, I'm out of here, guys. I'm out of here. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you guys had fun. I will be back tomorrow around the same time. So have a great day, great night, guys. See you soon.